To those just joining us now, council convened at 2 o'clock this afternoon. In executive session, we did take action under the Legendary Waters financial updates and the cash flow request for April in the amount of $645,000. The council did take action under item 4B to approve the January and February compliance reports and gaming commission minutes. The council took action under item C to approve with the changes discussed the Head Start and Early Head Start grant application and materials. And we did take action as discussed under item D for the fee land tax issue. Moving on to our regular session items, we have community comments and concerns. If you would like to speak, please come to the microphone. Mark Duffy, could you please turn the microphone on? Be good.
Okay. So I'm here for knowledge of the walk run to celebrate the 25th anniversary of the Mille Lacs case. Redcliffe is graciously volunteered, a volunteer, whichever way you want to look at it, to walk from Redcliffe to Cornucopia. It's similar to our healing walk. And that's going to happen Thursday. We're going to try and meet a few people at 9 o'clock at the food distribution and try to get Dusty with his van and stuff to transport people up to walk through that. One of the things that is probably an ask is if another email would go out to say, hey, if you're on the clock, we'll allow you to go walk on the clock, if that's possible, instead of having people take general leave to participate in this walk. I guess that would be a last minute request, because I do them out of it. So something to consider.
We could discuss that at administration, I suppose. I don't know that it has to be a council directive because it would still be based on supervisor approval, yes. I don't think that any of us are opposed to it. All the standard stuff, right? Can't disrupt services, blah, blah, blah. I think we have enough practice in that area to be able to Lana.
I was just talking to Diane Cooley. She was looking at this just before I left.
All right, see, they're on top of it.
Hey, Mark, just for the community, for anybody that's going to participate, is this a relay? Or will they have to walk all the way from Redcliffe to Court? Yeah, that's what I just explained it to the.
We'll take out those sections. A lot of people will walk about a half to a mile and a half. If you're really good, 2.5 miles. And it's just a relay. Everybody just takes a section. And we try to pick people up as they're done with their sections and leapfrog or bring them back, whichever way it happens. You do not have to walk the whole day. I appreciate everybody walking 1 to 3 to 5 miles would be fantastic, but if all you can walk is a half, that's plenty. And I'm a novice on setting this up, so sorry.
Yeah, right. Right, you've been around 100 years.
You went to the food distribution department?
distribution, 9 a.m.
Food distribution parking lot for Thursday.
Thursday. Is this good? It's for the Mille Lacs 25th anniversary last case. Okay.
Thank you all. See you all tomorrow or Thursday at the walk.
Be good. The Chippewa Federation also meets that day, just so you know, so I won't be at the walk, but I'll be thinking about everybody walking. Any other community comments or announcements?
Oh yeah, I'd like to make the announcement next Thursday, the 28th. The 28th, our program is sponsoring a pizza making party at the inviting all youth and elders to join us.
All right.
Chairwoman, one last. There is a fundraiser currently going on to help support Quentin and his family with hotel and travel costs for the 2024 AAU Youth 17 basketball season. First prize 26-inch mountain bike, second prize 36-inch ONN TV, third is $50 Amazon gift card, fourth prize Green Bay Packer hoodie and hat. Raffle will be done on April 15th, and I believe Laura, Cindy, and whoever else are selling the raffles. 3 for $1. That is all.
We'll move on.
It's Dusty. Oh, not
Z1.
Dusty. Is that where it's at? At Z1?
Z1 events at the Boys and Girls Club, yep.
Friday, what time?
10 to 1.
And
Can't hear you
one.
on the mic.
We got it, Dusty.
Okay.
We'll move on to the treasurer's report for February 2024. Treasurer Gordon?
Good afternoon, council. I'm here to present the treasurer's report for the month ending in February of 2024. I'm not sure if you guys want to go through this page by page like we did last month. If so, let me know, but I know on the general governmental sheet, there's just some dates I need to have cleaned up and stuff like that. Because it tells you that the clinical loan hasn't been paid by. So we just gotta get some dates and stuff fix up on that part. So I can let Chris know that. We already kind of went through the early childhood center. So if you guys want us, if there's any questions on the education or library, I think Jared's here. Okay. If there's no questions, we can mosey on then. The next one I have is the family service one. There is a couple on there that I see, like, dates need to be fixed. There was a question I still had on that elderly transportation that ended in 12/31 of last year or 22. And, you know, I do believe those can be closed, but I can.
I had a carryover. Betty was working on some of those too
Okay.
with Sarah.
But yeah, that's all I had on that one, and I didn't know if there was any questions on that. The next one I have is the human service one. If you look, you can see the TANF and their comments. I don't know, the plan is to unfold, hopefully those programs into the 477 program. I did attend a meeting today on that program, and there was a lot of good ideas. That's the first time I've ever really sat and understood what it was all about. But I don't know if there's any questions on that. The next one the Health Service Division. I didn't have any questions on that. Natural Resources. There was still a few things that looks like it could be JV. There's some negatives on there, you know, that I was looking at. You know, I could probably work with the accountant or the administrator to see if he could get those JV quotes out. The next one I have is Protective Service. I'm only seeing like a negative in that one that probably could be JV from somewhere, close it out. The next one after that is Public Works. I thought last month we did ask if we could take out that one facilities management. I want to say it's 23, so I have a big line drawn right to that one.
Did it get carried over? Is that why?
I don't think they did, but I can find out. Yeah, I think we were overspent.
Well, we're still way under recovered, as council can see on that for this year. A lot, which is a reflection of the previous pages, and there's super high balances. When they're not spending, we can't collect FM, and we still have FM bills that come every month.
That's true. The next one I have is his own tipple sheet. And I notice on this one, there's a lot of beginning and end dates that need to be added and fixed up in here. So I can work with whoever's doing the tipple grant, have them look at the grants and see when the beginning time starts and the ending time.
I have a question. Under TIPO, how's things going? I'm on here for the 106 reviews. Is that included in this?
Well, they're typically included in that first line, third party. You can see that fund balance on that third party is, it's not negative, it's negative for this year, but the total fund balance, that's probably the lowest it's ever been.
Yeah.
You know, the years I've worked in tribal government.
I'm curious on this too, because I talked to some other tribal leaders and I was in DC, and I just want to know how we're doing. Are we going ahead with it as we should?
We have to bring Marvin to the table to have that conversation. I don't feel comfortable having a conversation, one in open session and two without Marvin. So maybe we can add it to the retreat agenda.
Please. Thank you.
Okay, the next one I have is the administration. I didn't have any questions on that one.
Except the numbers are cut off.
Oh,
The
yeah.
columns are too skinny.
That wasn't my fault this time.
So there must be 6-figure numbers, or 7-figure numbers that don't fit in the.
I see that. The next one I have is planning. There was some negatives in this one also, and there was also no planning notes. So I couldn't tell if they were going to use different pots of money to clean these up or what.
You're talking about those transportation ones?
Yeah. The ones in the pink. The next one is the court. Any questions on that one? The next one is the COVID. Now, on the COVID one, I seen there was quite a few negative balances in there. And I try to match them to see if they fall, like for instance, there was one under family services, but it didn't reflect in the family service, actually FSR. But I can ask Ashley and Ashton on that one too. And the last one, I do believe is the ARPA one. Any questions on that one? Nothing?
I make a motion to accept that.
Second.
I have a motion by Nora to accept the president's report as presented, second by David. Any other discussion, council? All those in favor, please say aye. Opposed, abstentions? Motion
I
carries.
abstain, sorry. I'm squeezing.
One abstention, motion carries. Yeah.
I just want to make a announcement to the administrators. You know, if you can please, if you know you have travel, as soon as you guys have travel, to please get it in ASAP. And to remind you guys that the credit card, the travel credit card use is for emergency purchases, not, you know, if you can get your hotels and everything else paid for, you know, then you don't have to use a credit card, that would be great. And also, if you can make your purchases, find vendors that accept our POs, because a lot of requests have been coming in for purchases that are not emergency and could have been used by other vendors. So I'm going to be denying some purchases that come through. If we can use other vendors for POs, that would be great. And as soon as you guys find out you guys are going to training and travel or whatever, I recommend you start as soon as you find out that you know you are going to be going to training. And please make sure that you follow up with Leanne on your travel and don't leave it out there until the last minute. You know, it gets to be tough out there, but I just want to recommend that you guys please follow, you know, spend with other vendors and stuff like that. And try to stay away from the credit card if possible. Thank you. Did I forget anything?
No, we wish everybody.
Thank you.
Administrators. We'll move on, council, to number 9, Boys and Girls Club Annual Powwow Procurement Policy Waiver Request. We saw Dusty's request in our packet related to the gift card policy. Any questions for Dusty?
I have no questions, Chairwoman. I'd like to make a motion to approve the policy waiver request.
Second.
We have a motion to approve by Rick and a second by Scott. Any other discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed, abstentions, motion carries. We wish Dusty for
Oh,
planning.
I was gonna say,
Oh my
no,
God, Dusty.
I was just sitting in the back there, and this is the first time the council was out. My grandpa, we always see people come, just, and I was just sitting there thinking, like, man, this is the first time I was out presenting from the council, so, good hits.
We got you, Dusty.
Job well done.
We got you.
Well, next time we'll let you talk a little.
Rick Scott. Next on our agenda, we have tribal legal licensing. Nicholas, I'm not sure quite how to say your name, but if you would come to the microphone, please. Stand. You'll have to tell us how to.
All right. Who's you? My name is Nicholas Smadas. I'm a founding member of the Tribal Bar Association and Startup Legal Counsel for Tribal Bar Connection. with me today are my colleagues on Zoom. They said they want to introduce themselves on Zoom. I think everyone is currently on there. So guys, take it away.
Wonderful. Thank you, Nicholas. And I'll jump in, Madam Chair and council members. Thank you for hearing us this afternoon. My name is Emily Farrell. I practice federal Indian law, and I've been working with Nicholas on founding the Intertribal Bar Association. And I'll turn it over. I believe Mark and Dallin are also on Zoom as well.
Hello, council. Thank you, Emily. My name is Mark Echohawk. I'm a tribal attorney. I'm an enrolled member of the Pawnee Nation. I appreciate the opportunity to be part of your meeting today. Look forward to presenting information about this topic to you. I've been representing the tribes for over 24 years and helping them advance their sovereignty in innovative ways like the idea that will be presented to you today. Thanks, council.
Hello, my name is Dallin Echohawk. Also been working with Emily, Nick, and Mark on the Tribal Bar Association and this legal consortium. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, guys. So I'm going to start my presentation with this. We prepared a slide for you guys to send over, but this all starts with a story, a very interesting story. Back in 2022, I was vacationing in May and I was having a good time. And I got some bar results that weren't great. I take the Wisconsin bar, came a couple points short, it happens. However, later that night, I got a call from Shelley Emery, who was the HR director at St. Croix. And they were still interested in talking to me about potentially doing some legal work for them, with their tribal. And as part of that, I negotiated my contract, an attorney admission with St. Croix. Now, I was going in-house afterward, and my work was fine, but in terms of working on the licensing issue. But when I told them I had this, they gave me $1,600 to file with the Florida Bar a petition for house counsel status. Basically, I'm going to go into what a house counsel is: an attorney who's not a member of the Florida Bar, but is authorized to give legal advice in Florida. So they gave me $1,600 to fill this out. I'm like, okay, let's see how this goes. And then a month later, I got a call from the Florida Bar.
Hold on.
Yeah, so I got a call. Seems to be activated. Okay. Someone needs to mute the presentation, please. So I got a call from Florida Bar, and the director was very open and honest with me. He had never really knew anything about Indian tribes. He was, just a guy from South Florida. So he got in contact with St. Croix and for my attorney status, but from his view, he didn't say, okay, you can try to do this. He had no idea. So he allowed me to submit a memo. And that brought me back to find people behind me at Vulcan Olson. I went to PLSI with Dallin Echohawk. We've been friends for a couple of years. And so I knew that his dad was a partner at this firm in Idaho. So I commissioned them to help me write this memo, submit it for the Florida Bar. We submitted that in January of 2023. A couple of weeks later, he won. And because of what I did, all attorneys licensed by an Indian tribe have the same status and dignity as attorneys licensed by a U.S. state or a foreign country. That's what Florida ruled, because they ruled that Indian tribes are jurisdiction of law. They have a sovereign jurisdiction of law. This council is the council of the sovereign government. It's not an inferior sovereign to the states. Not at all. And so I was practicing for a Fortune 500 company in Florida based on that licensure. And that was all good. We all had a great victory. Moment after that, then I started browsing Reddit. And Reddit had a lot of people who were going through various, in between bars, or they were trying to get the jobs and needed to be licensed for in order to be eligible for them. I just started talking to people, and it just kept adding up and up. And Emily, I think we sent about 40 to the firm's way. And we started meeting earnestly in April, kind of like, wow, there's real interest in this, and that there's a real niche in this. And and we've spent the past.
I have a question real quick. Have you reached out to any intertribal judges or our tribal attorney prior to you coming here?
I have, yes. I spoke with Warm Springs, and we're in discussions with several tribes about forming a consortium, particularly in Arizona and Utah.
So you've reached out recently to some intertribal judges and our tribal attorneys here in Red Cliff?
I submitted this request to the tribal council first. I had not talked to the tribal attorney for Red Cliff yet, or Judge Buffalo. I'd love to talk to them. We certainly would love to, but we went right for the tribal council because I emailed Jesse, who I worked with a lot of the cemetery committee, because I wanted to appear before you guys on this idea. And then she forwarded that email to Melissa Topping, and then Melissa forwarded it to me.
I just was curious on how your process went and if why was Red Cliff your choice?
Oh, that's an easy question. I mean, I'm a tribal member. The tribe's always supported me. I got a lot of really good financial aid from you guys. And we're not the richest tribe, and I know that. And it was meaningful to me in undergrad. Because of the tribe, I got to go to law school for a very good cost savings. There's an issue needing tuition there. So, we came up with this. We believe it has a lot of economic interest, and I'd like to write with them. And that's why it's my tribe, and I think it's a really great idea. So when we did that, we started coming up with the framework, and then that's what my colleagues are going to talk to you about today. Is the consortium, the Tribal Bar Association, why we think this is good for tribes, and why we think that the economic development potential here is extraordinary. Dallin, Mark, Emily, that's your team.
Wonderful. Thank you, Nicholas. Dallin, I'll let you, I know you have the presentation up. Madam Chair and council members, are you able to see the presentation that's pulled up virtually?
We can see it and we have a copy.
Okay, perfect. So we wanted to introduce you to the Intertribal Legal Consortium. So essentially the consortium is based on requests that we've heard from tribes about how it can be really difficult to find qualified, regulated advocates and attorneys to represent tribal members in tribal courts. So through this, and through Nicholas's experience too, we started talking and trying to figure out if there was a way for tribes to essentially pool resources to form this intertribal legal consortium, which would license advocates and attorneys to appear in tribal courts. I read through Red Cliff's codes of law, and I know for advocates it sounds like they either need to be registered before a state bar, or there's a separate exam that is administered. So essentially, through this intertribal legal consortium, we'll be pooling those resources. Is there a joint exam that we can administer? Is there joint regulations to help regulate those advocates annually? The joint disciplinary process if something comes up with one of those advocates. So that's where the legal consortium and the legal bar association comes in. Dallin, do you want to jump in from here and talk a little bit about the consortium and the Tribal Bar Association?
Sure. So as you can see here, and as Emily mentioned, the Intertribal Consortium allows tribal governments to oversee attorney admissions, attorney licensing, and then the second entity, the subsidiary, the Tribal Bar Association would oversee the administration, all the technical application aspects, the marketing, advertising, to find those people that aren't able to get state licenses to be attorneys, but are still able and willing and competent to serve in tribal communities. And then on this next slide here, there's several benefits. Collaborating between tribes, there's common interests, regulating legal services, and improving affordability. There's economic development opportunities, revenue that can be in for every tribe that's part of the consortium, and then increased access it's difficult to find attorneys in rural areas and Indian country. So this intertribal legal system that we're proposing, Red Cliffs consider being a part of, would improve the number of attorneys, but you would still be in the driver's seat, have a say in how that licensing occurs. And then this Tribal Bar Association, you can see here, is the entity that would be public facing, allow this system to work well without all the administrative burden being on each individual tribal council, that it would be pooling those resources, as Emily mentioned. And I'll stop here in case Mark has any comments or if there are any questions.
Thanks, Dallin. Just one quick comment, Council. I think a good way to think about this is not myopically, meaning not focusing specifically on the needs of the tribe for its tribal court and its own tribal bar association. Over the course of 2.5 decades practicing, I've worked with many different tribal court systems and tribal bar associations, and each tribe generally regulates its own court, or it might be part of an intertribal court of some kind. It has a loose tribal bar association, if any, and there has not been a consistent approach to a model that multiple tribes follow, and there has not been the assertion of sovereignty by multiple tribes over the regulation of the legal industry, the legal practice industry. And so there's what I'm suggesting, and what you're hearing from the group here, is that there is an additional level perspective upon which to analyze this, and that is, can tribes assert their sovereignty together to regulate the legal profession in a way on par with how states do, but in a way that creates economic development, because there will be people that come to you as a sovereign saying, the tribes have a merits-based approach to regulating the practice of law, and it enables opportunities both on reservations and off reservation. And can you do that in a way that creates an economic development opportunity for you and a stronger sovereign footprint, frankly, over the practice of law on the reservation and amongst all the member tribes. And then while you're doing that, of course, you're creating a more efficient tribal bar association for your own tribe. And so it's a new way to look at how the practice of law is regulated. There's strength in numbers, frankly. I think the time has come for tribes to start cooperating on areas of common interest like this, so that you have efficient resources that regulate the practice of law, and then how can you do it that lets you take up space in that economic development area. So with that, maybe I'll turn that back to Nick.
Hi folks, I'd like to jump in if I could. This is Dave Ujak, the tribe's lead attorney. I'm wondering what your ask is from tribal council.
Hi, Dave. Yeah, so we're asking the tribal council to consider this to... Oh, sorry. Right. So our ask to tribal council is to consider this and to consider joining what we're building. We're looking for founding tribes. We have contacts in Arizona and Utah, but we're asking to see if Red Cliff would like to be one of the ones who are part of this, to benefit from this. And one of the things that I think is important to mention too is that under the Tribal Law and Order Act, that attorneys licensed this way would be qualified public defenders under that act. I know for St. Croix, they were looking to get that expanded prosecution for violence against women offenses. Even though we're PL280, we can do that. This would make that path easier to do. And then...
Sure. So you answered my first question. You're asking the tribe to join the organization. How many other tribes have joined these organizations or this organization?
I'll defer that question to Mark.
Thanks, David. no other tribes yet. This is just a concept being presented to multiple tribes at the same time. I have succeeded in other areas where tribes have formed a commission or a consortium through an intertribal agreement on areas like health care or health insurance regulation. So this concept is being socialized with multiple tribes now, and we expect that there will be some to join, but frankly, this is the beginning of the conversation.
Thanks. That answers the second question. And the next thing I just want to do is make a comment that follows up on Councilmember Brand's earlier question, and that is the role of the tribal courts in all of this. You're talking about folks that would be licensed to advocate in the tribal court, including Red Cliff's tribal court, and you have no sign-off, to my knowledge, from any tribal judges, including our tribal judge, who should be given an opportunity to weigh in on this, I would think. You also have the Wisconsin Intertribal Judges Association, which I would think would be a great first step for you guys. Explain to them what it is you're doing, what it is you're looking for, and build some momentum before you come to tribal council asking them to sign off on this. I mean, in my mind, there are simply, and I'm just being real frank and open with you, and this is the advice that I would provide to tribal council. There are just simply too many open, unanswered questions that have not been vetted by tribal judges.
So, Madam Chair and Council, if I could respond to David, I think that's a wonderful point, and the way that I see this is, of course, it's early for the council to just jump in, but it is helpful to say when we do approach the Intertribal Judges Association, your tribal court, that we have at least thrown the concept out to council, and we don't necessarily need to have council buy in to have those conversations, but I think it will be helpful to say, we've connected with tribes, tribal councils, giving them a heads up that we're having this conversation, because that's going to be their question to us too when we go to these associations of whether intertribal court or the tribal court. They're going to say, hey, what do the councils think? So I think we have to start the conversation somewhere, and I think you're absolutely correct that before the council were to be in, they need to know what their own tribal court thinks and the Intertribal Judges Association. I think those are conversations that we have to have, and it's actually going to be the sum of multiple conversations until we reach a critical mass, including conversations with other tribes. So by the time any tribe is asked to sign on and say, okay, are you in or out, you have real good information about what other tribes think, whether they're in or out, what your tribal judge thinks, and so on. So I really like that idea, and I think that's a good approach.
Well, I just think that it would be odd to foist this on the Red Cliff Tribal Court and say Red Cliff is signed on to this organization and this intertribal bar, and there you go. You're in, whether you like it or not. The tribal council has delegated authority to the tribal court and has consistently shown its deference to the tribal court on matters that affect its operation, and this most certainly does.
And Dave, just to build off of that too, absolutely agree with you on that one. And we would certainly love to talk with the tribal court judge if council is comfortable with us talking with the judge. I would certainly love to have you involved in that conversation as well, based upon not only your representation of the tribe, but also your experience practicing in law.
Yeah, and I maybe I just channels I went through. I just went through the context. I knew I have nothing but respect for the Red Cliff Tribal Court. My great aunt served on it for many years, Harriet Ferner. So this certainly is not an end around tribal court. But I figured that going to council, that we show them what we were proposing to do would be the best method. Because we have talked to some tribal judges. We talked to tribal judges at Warm Springs. We're talking to those with Utah and Arizona about it. We're trying to see, is this the right approach for your tribe? So we spent a lot of time on this. Like, we had our first meeting in April of 2027. And we've done everything we can to make sure that this is done right in a way that, 2023, not 27. Yeah. I mean, back to the future, I guess. But yeah, so we've been very painstakingly going about this process to make sure that it's in a way that helps us bring forth tribes as jurisdictions of law in the way that they've always been. I mean, part of my research, I found tribes in the 30s that were regulating attorneys, and like just stuff that was kind of taken away from them through the termination era, and seeing how these judicial systems have come into their own as legitimate courts of law. Because in a lot of ways, it's not the way Red Cliff, not at all. But for some tribes, when you read their codes, it's like the state is here and the tribe is here. It should not be that way. It should be the state is here and the tribe is here. Separate sovereigns, but equal sovereigns. And we've had so... Oh, sure.
Question about the statement, able, willing, and competent. Are these still all law-trained people? They must be law-trained people, not just somebody coming in trying to take a tribal bar exam who is not a law-trained person?
Yes, so every person we talk to is graduated from either an ABA accredited law school, a foreign law school, or a state accredited law school. We don't have those here, but California and Alabama have.
Okay, because I know like in tribal court, you don't have to be a law-trained person to take the tribal bar exam and be an advocate or some other kind of role. So that's my major question, right? Because I'm focused on quality and dignity of tribal court and what that means to us. So that's really weird for me. I think in general, the whole concept is really beautiful, right? Like if it's a need and there's a way to get to that point to fill that need, it's great. And it seems like you guys have done a lot of work to show that there's a need and maybe that this is an avenue, because obviously these folks on the line have been in law for 20 plus years, what they shared with us. And so they have a lot of experience and they're coming to the table not with anything. And so I think a conversation like David's suggesting with the Intertribal Judge Association is great. Also with other tribal leadership, and maybe not the full councils, like the Great Lakes Intertribal Council has the opportunity to just meet with tribal leaders, the chairs and presidents of the nations in our state. And the Chippewa Federation, of course, they have other intertribal efforts. So, and then it just really builds on the work that's been done in the state with UW-Madison, for example, with the recent action taken where tribal members can go through law school there now. It's a definite need. Like, we need tribal attorneys, and we need tribal women attorneys, and we need like tribal attorneys really bad, right? Because we know our communities best, and we trust each other the most, right? So it's a really important concept to me as a tribal leader and as a tribal person in our community. And I know how valuable our court is, but it is so important for me to be reaffirmed that these are law-trained people. We're not trying to skirt assessments and skirt licensing requirements, because I know there's some animosity in that when you get to that point of conversation, right? They're having that in the state of Wisconsin in other licensing credentials areas for people who may not pass a test. Doesn't mean they're incompetent. It doesn't mean they're not able to practice. So I don't know what your next steps are. I don't expect our council to take any action today, but maybe starting the conversation in a relationship is the first best step. So I really appreciate that. I appreciate you being here in person too, because that means a lot. Breakfast on the edge of the country, and so it's really special that you chose to come here in person too. I'm not sure where you're from or where you live, if you're just down the street or in Texas. But
mostly between Cedarburg, Colorado, and Florida. So.
Oh my gosh. So you get to come see the homelands.
Yeah, no, it's been wonderful coming up here again. It's been a couple of years. Like the last time I was up, was 2018, with my brother. We drove up in summer. It was beautiful out, so it's been really nice too. It's my sister's first time here, actually. Which is really cool. She had to get a travel ID and go give a big walk around the reservation. So, no, I was more than happy to come up for this. I really am.
Does the council have any other comments or questions or feedback? I'm excited to have the conversation start and see a door like this open to other tribal nations and to tribes of Wisconsin, especially.
I'm Rick Peterson, Vice Chair. I echo the chairwoman's comments. You know, coming here in person, face to face with council, really is a significant first step for us. We get a lot of requests and people up on the screen, and it's just not the same as somebody coming here. I also agree that it's a great concept. It's great, what you guys are doing, and I really think that starting here and then moving over to the recommendations of the tribal attorney, meeting with these other organizations, and we say that not to push you off. We say that to help you. To build that credibility, and we're by not taking action, we are not saying go away. We're saying we support what you're doing, and once it's a little more established, if you will, we would love to see you back.
Yeah, and we'll definitely follow up on those steps with Judge Buffalo, with the tribal attorney, and with the judges throughout the state of Wisconsin. Tribal judges throughout the state of Wisconsin. So we'll definitely keep that in mind.
Yeah, Judge Buffalo would be a fantastic resource. Fantastic resource. Is there any other questions or anything else you would like to share?
Just this. So, a couple of questions were brought up. The way we envision this is for the attorney's licensure, it would have to be someone who went to a law school. I just wanted to state that on the record. Like, we mention advocates because we think our advocates bring a lot to the table. A lot of people who really understand the tribal court systems never had the opportunity to go to law school. But in terms of like the attorney licensure from the association, like that is something that is incomplete. That's a standard that we're going to hold to. We're going to have our own bar exam, or what we're going to do as well is accept transfer scores from bar exams. If we haven't set on what that number would be, that's something we're certainly open to hearing what tribes feel like it should be, where they feel comfortable with their own tribal courts. So there's going to be an examination. It's going to be somebody who went to law school who's benefiting from this licensure. And we're also going to take our character and witness concerns very seriously. It's a license to practice law. I have all of the status in Florida of an out-of-state attorney. I was at a Fortune 500 company. I'm at a startup now. And that licensure is powerful, what you can do with it. So it's something that we're really, really honing in on, making sure that people that we admit are good people. And they are. I mean, of the 40 people, I've talked to and Carol has talked to, these people have their own dreams, their own ambitions, and obviously we need to do background checks, but I've not met one person through this who I feel like they really shouldn't have a license. I mean, one of our guys, his name Milo, served his country very honorably. He went to law school later in life, had a little trouble with the bar exam, but really good guy working for the EPA now. He wants to join the JAG Corps. The problem with that, though, is he's pushing 40, which means he really needs to be licensed quickly if he wants to join that, because that is going to be cut off from the military age limit to join as an officer. I believe for the Navy JAG Corps it's like 41, for the Air Force it's 39. And then we have one, Bree, a girl from Alabama, who's really passionate about what we're doing. She wants to work as a public defender. Immigration law is really important to her. We think that this could potentially open up federal admissions and admissions for like immigration courts. There should be another avenue. And I'm not saying this is like this, look, we should definitely look at the process and all that. I'm only saying that though is just to say that the people that we're talking about are people who are worth licensing, who are really could add a lot to the community, and add a lot to the tribes. But a lot of people don't realize, you know, that we're still here. I mean, unless you're Native American or live near a reservation, a lot of people who would love to know us more, and be part of our communities, really be involved, they don't know this, that we're here. And this is something that I've known, I've gotten to talk to all these people, and I'm like, oh wow, you know, tribes are, you know, real, and like they have all these interesting legal issues in these wonderful communities. Like, you know, maybe that would be a way I'd like to start my career as a tribal public defender or a tribal prosecutor. So I'm going to make those my closing remarks. Thank you guys for having me here. It's really an honor to present before you. I'll reach out to David and Judge Buffalo, and I'll keep you posted.
Thank you also,
Thank you.
Emily, Mark, and Dallin. You guys should have saw what I wrote when you said your names.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, council members, for taking the time to hear us and for your suggestions and advice and feedback. And thank you, Dave, as well. We appreciate it.
Thank you for your work in Indian Country.
Miigwech.
Thank you.
I'm going to sign off, folks.
All right, be good, Dave.
Thank you.
All right, David, we're ready to talk about the fiber to home conditional use permit. Everybody has the materials that you provided.
Sounds good. I'm here on behalf of the zoning administrator to recommend a conditional use permit for the fiber to home project. All projects here in Red Cliff and tribal members out in the Bellinger settlements and the 6 Mile project as well. Any questions?
Do you want to just clarify what this permit does? It does not give an environmental permit. It does
Correct.
not give right-of-way permits. It does not give other things. You know, can you just clarify exactly what it provides, just so people realize it's not like we're approving everything?
Yes. So each board member has responded with their conditions for moving forward with the project, whether that be environmental change activity permit or easements through the land specialist, as well as public works and utilities. So this is just one step in the process of saying, as a tribal board or as the PAC board, we reviewed the project and we recommend for approval that Evan Cutler can move forward with procuring the permits necessary to complete the project.
So there's only tribal code of law that's applying.
Correct.
Yeah, this, just to clarify, this is an application and a request that council approve the issuance of a conditional land use permit, which would be required for a project of this type to run through the various zoning districts you have in your reservation: forestry, agricultural, residential, and preserved area. Because those zones don't allow this sort of thing necessarily by right, they require council to authorize the issuance of a permit. And so that's what we recommend you approve. We didn't have any particular conditions to attach to it other than, of course, compliance with all the other laws that they have to meet.
I'll make a motion to approve the conditional use permit for the fiber to home.
We have a motion approved by Rick and a second by Ernie. Any other discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion carries. Any which, David?
Thank you.
Any which way? Anything anything under other this evening? If not, we'll have a motion to adjourn. A motion by David.